All right, we're live. So, day 40. Okay, what are we up to today? So it's already 11:30. I had a planning meeting with my co-founder to just look at our entire backlog and just I guess backlog grooming really at the end of the day, just understanding okay, what are our top priorities as far as the product goes. We've decided that those, and I also had a meeting with somebody that met at Web Summit. Phenomenal meeting. He has a product that's really, in a nutshell, providing you the ability to have a preview environment spun up on every single commit, like a live deployed preview environment with sanitized production data. That's the service as it exists today in a nutshell. Uh, but there's a lot of nuances to that and kind of evolutions to that. It's a startup. They don't have any formal customers right now. They're still trying to figure things out. But I thought it was pretty cool, generally speaking. And yes, we chatted about that quite extensively and adjacent ideas and sort of potential pathways you could take with a product and what it would take to maybe get me on board, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, anyway, so that a very long morning of meetings today. That's why we're starting so late. Today, the first objective is going to be reviewing this call analysis system requirements. Call analysis system. Ooh, I like the name call analysis system because earlier it was call analysis pipeline. Call analysis pipeline. I thought the pipeline might be a little bit narrow, but nevertheless, I got to review this requirements document that my intern has produced. Quite extensive, but I think yeah, no, I'm excited to see kind of how this comes out. Anyways, yes, we got to review that just on block him. He's already started on the design document, but nevertheless, I think that we need to first align on the requirements before he moves too much further on that. Aside from that, I gotta finish off are things displaying properly? Yeah, it looks like they are. So I gotta finish off reviewing just a bunch of changes that I got Codex to make yesterday as far as the way that our documentation is organized and kind of deprecating a old bunch of old like scripts and documents and organizing a bunch of things. There's really a lot of review there, but I've kind of already. Oh, nice! They removed this. Okay, that gives me a little bit of hope. Anyways, there's yeah, a lot of stuff to review there. I'm not sure if I'm really loving where we're at, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, yeah, I got to review this and get that out. It's really just a documentation change. It's nothing more. But one thing that it does do is it turns the agents.md files more into a rule map than it is actually a big dump of rules. Now, the rules that we actually already had were fundamental core rules. They were not stale. We had no risk of them becoming stale. They were fundamental rules that I always wanted the code base to abide by. But even then, the rules got quite long for both the front end and the back end. And accordingly, I got Codex to take sort of the Claude memory approach, where there's sort of like a high level file that sort of just defines like okay, like here's the general description, and then here's the rule documentation itself. So yeah. Anyways, I got to go through that, and then I got to start. I gotta actually. Can we manually organize this? No, we cannot. Oh, it's organized by due date. I gotta create a new objectives prompt for one of our customers to see if we can resolve one of the issues that he's describing on the calls, where it's just not necessarily handling uh, realtors as best as he or as much as he would like or as optimal as he would like. So I'm gonna see if I can do anything there, but we do have a lot of prompt improvements in the pipeline here. So that will ultimately help resolve this regardless going forward, but see if we can do anything in the short term to improve that. And then after that, I gotta start to actually create the prompt and outbound campaign for the leads we got from EXPCon from a decade ago. Now, yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. These leads are, I would borderline even say cold at this point, or maybe warm, but certainly violated the speed to lead principle in general. I should have done this, the week of, but there was a lot of things going on and a lot of improvements we wanted to make to the outbound pipeline and to Emily in general before we made these, and those are now done. So there's really no excuse. I gotta start prioritizing those. So anyways, that's the main objectives for today. In addition to that, I do have, you know, a million. We can see here we got a million different things that have sort of been half baked completed, and that I'm gonna go ahead and rebase on top of each other and try to test them all. One of which is the ability to add SMS summaries. So that'll be kind of cool. Okay, let's start off with reviewing this document. Oh, and then of course I do have to do a chess game. I haven't played a chess game yet, so I gotta start off with that after I review this requirements document. So this is gonna be a silent review for the most part. I mean, of course, I'll narrate where it's applicable, but yeah. Use bookmarks. You can actually also just I'm just gonna wait, appendix. Oh, this isn't even a header. It's normal text. Okay, well, if he had header, where is good evaluation? Okay, so this should be actually an H1. So for example, H2 maybe. Oh no, okay, no, it needs to be H1 considering. So we need to have this as H1, and then I'm just gonna left click on this and say, I'm just gonna let them know you don't actually need to define headers. You can, or sorry, define bookmarks. Or I'll just leave it as a comment right here. Oh, what? Okay, let's upload this then. It's annoying. What's going on here? Can I not paste? Ah, there we go. Does that actually work properly? Yeah, guess so. All right. Hmm. Okay, this isn't necessary. I'm almost feeling like this is the only problem, and then these ones seems like these are problems that he needs to address in the actual. I see what he's doing. It actually makes sense in a way. I think that it's like I'll just leave a comment. Um, let's just see. PR2. Oh, actually, hold on. I need to first figure out which ones are actual problems, which ones aren't. Because it looks like, okay, so this one's a problem, definitely. This one, however, is not a problem associated with our current state of the system. It's actually more of a problem that he needs to solve as a part of the design. Or it's more of like a context thing. Undefined meaning of call quality. Okay. So this is a problem. No shared workspace, view. Okay, this is a problem. Yep, like that. Classification permission. Okay, no, this is a problem, but it's not something he needs to solve. Lack of evidence behind scores. Edge cases can store. Okay, no centralized dashboard evaluation. Cost growth. Okay, good. So let's just write me a simple requirements document comment that describes the following in just a structured way, in much better than I'm able to ramble. So really, all that I want you to say is that PR1 PR4, PR5, and PR10 are problems, like actual problems that our system is facing today. However, at the same time, PR5 and PR10 could potentially be combined, but nevertheless, these are real problems that we're trying to solve through this requirements document. Whereas all of the other problems that you're defining are almost like context or problems that you're hoping to solve or explain in the actual requirements document itself. So all of the other problems like you know, PR2, PR3, and so on and so forth, those problems could, I think for future, it's not a big deal for now. You don't need to revise this, but for future, you could consider putting these into a separate section or tagging them in some way, or these could even be also in the appendix itself as well. But yeah, generally speaking, I like what he has for problems here. Okay, so this is also a requirement, right? But that's okay. In future, I'm actually going to get you to write a bunch of comments, and after every single prompt, I want you to copy the comment itself to my clipboard. Teacher. No, no, we don't need to put this into the memory. Oh, whatever. Not a big deal. Let's see if it did it though. When you copy to clipboard, make sure that the spacing like is correct and you're not like putting unnecessary new lines and stuff like that. For example, why is there a new line underneath related problems, and then you have like explain to frame in scope items? That seems weird to me. Like new lines are deserved for new sections, of course, or like bulleted lists, but like not in the middle of a sentence. Actually, maybe they did. Oh, shoot. Let's see. Maybe they actually did properly do it. Oh no, they didn't. Okay, let's see. Do we have a new one? Yeah, there we go. All right, I'm not even going to bother reviewing the ones that aren't real problems, so let's look at this. Okay, I love this. This is good. This almost looks like a requirement. Hmm. I think this seems like more of a requirement. Like, I think, hmm. This is a use case. This is also a use case. Manually reevaluate low confidence calls. Okay, this is also a use case. These are actual engineers. This could be a use case, but it says the primary actor is a evaluation pipeline. Um, Tag calls based on evaluation outcome. So, okay. Let's read through them. I think I'm going to give similar feedback where it's like, okay, so for use cases like UC-1, UC-2, et cetera, almost like similar feedback. Like use case one, it doesn't really seem like a use case to me. I think the way that generally, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm biased. Maybe I actually haven't. If you've already done research into what use cases typically are focused on, and this is what you came up with, then I'll trust your judgment here. But typically, when I think of use cases, I think of the actor being like either a user or an engineer or some person. Like what? How are they going to be using this system? So use case one, it almost seems like it's kind of a requirement to me. In addition to that, it almost seems like you're almost getting into design in a slight way, where you have like you're kind of defining the main flow. Uh, and so yeah, it's sort of thing. And we have preconditions and post conditions. Okay, well, okay, preconditions and post conditions. Okay, that those make sense. But I think that yeah, the main flow. It does seem like this is getting into the design a little bit too much. Um, okay, then moving on to use case two, for example. Okay, use case two is much, much more aligned with what I would argue a use case truly is. I think the only feedback I would have here is that again, there's this very, very fine line between a problem versus what's a use case versus a requirement. So here, for example, we already are actually starting to define requirements in the use case. Now, the use case itself, I think fundamentally you're coming from a correct place where, the use case is for an engineer to understand why a specific call received poor evaluation, determine what changes are required to improve the agent. I think I agree with that. I think maybe even a better way of just saying it is like understand understand or see that a specific call received a poor evaluation and determine what changes are required to improve the agent. I'd say that's maybe even better. That could potentially even be two separate use cases where one is just to be able to see it or to be able to visualize it in the first place, in some way, and the other one is maybe to determine what changes are required to improve the agent. So maybe those are use cases. I think generally this is already decent, but again, when you get into the main flow, we're already starting to think about the requirements, and potentially even a little bit of the design. Well, no, maybe not design. I think that no, yeah, this one's not much design. I think this is more requirements. Yeah, use case one definitely had some design stuff, but this one's more requirements where we're now saying, okay, the dashboard. But when it comes to a use case, I'd almost argue that we don't even know at this point if a dashboard is going to be the solution. Because if you think about visualization of quality scores, there's like you're solving a fundamental problem, right? Like you're solving a fundamental problem of or you're kind of linking to a problem of like low visibility. But the thing is like whether that visibility is solved through a PDF or an email or an alarm that goes off, and goes into our Slack, or there's a million different ways that we could solve that problem, and the use case. And so I would think that maybe mentioning of a dashboard here is potentially even again muddling in the requirements slightly. Like this could simply be rephrased as just like the goal is what it is, preconditions, okay, fine, main flow, uh, a call occurs and an engineer is able to understand what score that call received and determine what changes are required to improve the agent through a visual display alongside explanations. Or I don't know, something like generic that's sort of like it's really focusing on how are the how are the actors actually going to be using and working with your system without actually specifying how that's exactly going to look. Hopefully that makes sense. Again, track regression, I think I'll go through here and I'll say that generally speaking, it's like the same sort of feedback. I think like your overall thought here was correct. I just think that the way that it was written out ended up coupling multiple things together. That's all. It's a really hard line to draw, and I'm now realizing that potentially like the example requirements document I gave you, I don't even know. Maybe that was a very early version because if I gave you an example that was like this, then I apologize. Um, because yeah, this is just feedback that you would get or that you'll come to know as you proceed forward to create more documents like this in the future potentially, where yeah, there's a very fine line between like and it's really hard to sometimes distinguish, okay, what is the core fundamental problems we're trying to solve through this project, what are the ways that we're hoping to use, or like what are the ways that the actors are going to be interacting with this with the result of this project, versus, okay, what are the requirements? What does the project need to do in order to solve those problems and meet these use cases? And so they're very, it's hard to separate them sometimes, but that's essentially what I'm after when I'm giving all this feedback. You don't need to revise the document. I think that again, this is something you would need to do at a big company, but I'm not gonna get you to do this. I think it's not a good use of your time. Well, actually, I'll let it. Yeah, that could be arguable because it could be argued that it might be a good use of your time because then you have a good example to work with going forward, and you fully understand what exactly I meant, where we could continue iterating on this document until I found it was perfect. But I'll leave that up to you. I would say that it's a relatively low priority to make sure this document is perfect. We don't want to spend, years on documentation because that's not what startups are about, right? We're about moving fast more than anything else, and I don't want to. I'm trying to give you the experience of a big company while also of a startup while also giving you sort of feedback as far as how a big company might operate. Reevaluation. Okay, so yeah. Anyways, those are just general feedback on some of these use cases. I'll provide like more specific use case feedback on the specific use cases below. Do I actually agree with what's even being said though? It's really hard to actually review these use cases to be honest, because like they are kind of requirements. Yeah, use case tag calls like that is purely I would say purely like definition of a use case, like find use case software. That there's no way. Written description of how a user interacts. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, and the primary actor cannot be an evaluation pipeline. All right, let's. I think I'm gonna skip. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna give this. Do I Why is it not? What the? Why am I needing? Oh, damn it. Oh, that's why. I see. Um, could you copy just the track regression and beyond to a new comment? Or sorry. Um, Oh, another big win actually on the note of the intern is I just think a one-on-one with him yesterday. We have one-on-ones weekly, and just asked a bunch of questions and really like grill him and try to provoke negative responses or constructive feedback, and and generally I mean the only feedback was really like that he might find it helpful to can I add another comment? Oh, there we go. Anyways, sorry. I was really trying to provoke constructive or negative responses, and overall, his experience so far has been extremely positive, and he's felt like he's already learned quite a lot, and that like the level of support that I'm giving is the right amount, and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm really happy about how things are going so far as with this internship. This is it's good experience from both a leadership perspective, but also um, actually that's just it. I mean, from my perspective, it's like it's a good leadership exercise, uh, but it also feels really good to like actually like I'm making like very meaningful changes, or I'm providing him very meaningful learnings and experience that he's going to take going forward in the rest of his career. Because I sit from an ex Amazon engineer perspective, so I understand, and of course, like I have friends in Meta and so on and so forth. Um, and, just a bunch of big tech companies like Jane Street, Meta, Apple, blah blah blah. And so I sit in this position where, I mean, heck, now that I'm the CEO and co-founder of Emily AI, the way that I work is vastly different than I did at Amazon. Much faster and lower overhead, but still I'm still trying to give him exposure and sort of yeah, like how he can think about approaching things from a big tech perspective. And so I'm trying to give him like a well-rounded experience, which is it's anyways, it's really been nice. Perfectly on cue and completed. Hmm. Again, this is sort of like design. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like this, I agree. Requirement. This, borderline design. It is. I mean, it's a very challenging thing to separate them out. But so I'll give him that. But oh, hey, warm ups live. How you doing? Um, I'm currently reviewing a requirements document that my intern produced. I'm just giving him plenty of feedback on that. If you have any questions or want to chat, feel free. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go far as saying that this is probably a design choice. This, however, that's a requirement. Agree with that's a requirement. Classify the intent of. Okay, another one, probably a requirement. I agree. Okay, yep, nice. Responsible tagging calls based on the evaluation results. Uh, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Requirement. I mean, this one's borderline design, but I could go either way on that one. I do think that there's a little bit of duplication here. Um, for tagging calls, this one has generate and store. On the evaluation for Instagram. I mean, yeah, this is tough. I think the problem, I'd imagine that some of this was written by AI. I don't know for sure. Uh, but I think that AI does have a pretty big challenge of like separating. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to make any assumptions here, but I do know that AI is very, very bad at deduplication and logically separating things. Surprisingly, considering it's a freaking robot, but surface autonomous evaluations for manual review. Yeah, yeah, okay. I agree with that. Other statistic supporting metrics. See, interesting. I would almost think that this is actually borderline part of. I'm surprised this is actually in the appendix. Hmm. Holy shit. I am like, I'm both excited and afraid for this project to be completed. This seems like there's a lot going on here. Yeah, see, boom, requirement, nice. See, this is a requirement based on the call quality score. Oh boy. Okay, I like this stuff. Call quality score variables, yes, partial, no. Okay, I like this. Um, damn. This is like, holy. I think I think we should prioritize scoping and stage. I mean, I've already talked to him about this, but this is something that's becoming. Oh, what are you looking for with video plugin skill search? Uh, where on earth? Oh, this. Sorry, my bad. I didn't see your message. Oh, nice. It was only a minute ago. Um, what was I looking for? Oh, I was on a call with another founder that it was just in conversation. But in a nutshell, I was looking for basically this to see video analysis silver call. I mean, actually, basically these two things. I was looking for what existed out there for the ability to have AI using most likely Playwright, which is according to my understanding like the kind of go-to standard for this. Playwright, MCP, for basically allowing AI to create videos that I can then play back on like 2 times, 3 times speed to validate their changes. That's essentially what I was looking for. I didn't look through it too much though. Anyways. Yeah, so for like a grander context, as you can see here, I have now one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Oh no, six. I have six features or things that I've done in the last 24 hours that are all done in various work trees. And the bottleneck is really like evaluating everything works. So what I do right now is I have a skill that rebases them all on top of each other, and then I just validate them all at once. But it's just it's very manual, and I have to like go into my dashboard and click around and make sure the UI UX is good and all this jazz. Make sure they didn't break anything else, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what I was hoping for and seeing if it's possible is to actually bake in an additional step into my sort of skills that I have already set up so that it does everything that I've already said, but then it just creates a video and it just explores everything that it thinks on its own terms is important to validate as a part of this commit. And then I'll watch that video on 3 times speed, be like, okay, nice. Like that actually covered pretty much everything I wanted to check. And then I'll just go in and still probably check one or two things manually, um, but nevertheless. Intern is now starting an instant meeting. Um, I feel like it's probably actually better for me to finish reviewing this. But I'll actually pop in. Okay. Sorry, warm up live. I'm gonna step away for a moment here. I genuinely don't know how long. I'm gonna try to scope it to 15 minutes because at the very maximum, because I still want to review this document before I have a more intense conversation with him about it. But yeah, yeah, I'll be back. Let's say 15 minutes. Intern. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, we are back. Um, this is the design. I need to. Oh, you're still there? Warm ups live? Or I don't know. Maybe you are. Maybe you're not. Ugh. I don't need this anymore. Um, yeah, okay. Questionable. Tasks prior to scoring. Hmm. Oh, nice. So what brings you in? What brings you in? Warm ups live. Just curious. Are you just putting it on this on in the background while you work, or what's up? Hmm. Ah, nice. Yeah, sorry, I'm relatively. I wouldn't. I don't know if there's going to be much learning going on in the next little bit here. Although I guess I am reviewing a requirements document in which I am absolutely ripping apart in my mind right now. So there is that. Basically, if you're unfamiliar with what requirements documents are all about, it's to define, what are the problem you're trying to solve, or at least as far as I see. Oh, hey, Steak. Thanks, Steak. Appreciate it. What are the problems you're trying to solve? What are the use cases, and then what are the requirements that are going to solve those problems and fill those use cases? And right now, this is the first requirements document this intern has ever produced, like in his life. So of course, uh, lots of leeway, and it's a great start. But the issue that I'm seeing is that there are problems that aren't in fact problems. They're more problems that are associated with the design of the project rather than actually the problems that we're trying to solve. And what name game? And then in addition to that, there are use cases that actually get into like design and requirements themselves. Actually, there's also a problem that also says like this is a dashboard must support views across, and then it has all this, and even that is actually a requirement, or yeah, that's a requirement. So it's not really a problem. That's a requirement. And then use cases, they're doing the same thing where um, we have actually this is more design than anything else, and they're and the primary actor isn't a person or a user, and then yeah, going down to the requirements is also coupling together design. So it's really hard to separate out these aspects. Especially it's hard for AI. It's even harder for humans sometimes. Clarity of thought is a really challenging thing to achieve, but separating these out it is extremely important for alignment across organizations and multiple stakeholders. And yeah, I'm looking at this and I just have a mountain of feedback that I'm gonna call him about in a bit because it's very it's very muddled together. It's hard to determine what is the requirement versus what is a design, what's part of the design. What name game? Steak. I'm gonna need a little bit more context on that. I'm not really sure what name game you're seeing here, to be quite honest. Well, nice. I'm glad, Ormos, you found that interesting. Are you a software engineer yourself, or are you in another industry, or what are you up to these days? Category level scores. Hmm. Cloud code and codec. So, oh, nice. If you're not necessarily a developer, I mean, it depends on what you're doing, but I would highly recommend using Claude Code rather than Codex. Codex is terrible at nearly everything except for coding, or at least that's my experience with it. I have the most expensive subscriptions with both, and Codex is phenomenal at coding. It's actually my preferred coding agent, but writing emails, list goes on. It's not as ideal. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. That's if if you're also noticing that, yeah, it's definitely the truth to a degree at least. Hmm. These are over time, right? Severe deduction. These are rates. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Asian version, man. Hmm. Time rain tags. Okay. Content. Hmm. Workspace. Okay. Asian version. Ah, yeah, yeah. I guess that's more in design. I've noticed the same. Okay, same comment. Regression track. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. I think this should be caller intent. User desired outcome. Caller intent resolved. Or just caller intent achieved. Caller intent resolved. Sure. This is expected according to who? I think. Let's. Should this be user defined outcome achieved? Clear call closure. Uh, hmm. Okay, these ones make sense. I like this. Expecting. Okay, completed up. Wow. How do we know? Hmm. This is defining business. This is a business choice. I don't think we should treat this as severe. I guess that's more of a design question, but I feel like agent to agent loop. Isn't that kind of part of the conversation flow? Repeated loop. Hmm. 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 Yeah, this is design, right? All right. I'm gonna paste this whole thing into Claude. Okay, so this is meant to be a requirements document that simply defines the problems that we're trying to solve, the use cases for engineers, and the requirements. And there are a lot of things in here that are muddled together, and there's also things that talk about design, et cetera, et cetera. Fundamentally, I like generally where the like what's here, but there's a lot of context that is misplaced, I would say. So, could you create me a series of 5 questions, or up to 5 questions? You know, if you think it can be done in less, then that's fine. That could be asked to classify whether something is actually a problem, and then another 5 questions like to classify is something actually a use case, and then another 5 questions to classify is this actually a functional requirement, and for all of those answers to be yes, and then it would actually produce like yes, it's a functional requirement, yes, it's a problem, whatever. Basically, the reason that I want you to produce this list of, let's say, 15 questions is to help the intern go through this document again and actually revise and strip out and reorganize things to be a lot more clear and concise. So originally, I actually didn't think that it was going to be valuable to get him to rework this, but I think that there's a lot going on here, and I'm a bit concerned about taking on a bit too much, and I generally think that we're heading in the right direction. But I think that I'm at a point now where I do think that the benefit of additional clarity would be good, to be honest. Um, Do you have 5.5 Pro? So the answer is no, warm-ups live, but as much as I feasibly can, yes. Like the problem with 5.5 is it's only or sorry, the Pro in general, like Pro Extended, is that it's only available through the actual GPT interface. And the thing is like I never actually use GPT ever. And so like everything I do is all through the command line or the Codex app. But even then, I barely even use the Codex app because there's no benefit of doing so as far as my workflow goes. So Codex now helps with every way. Okay, no, you do not. Yeah. So, anyways, because of that, let's see. Is it actually available? Speed. No. Yeah. See, there's we have intelligence extra high, but Codex, which is the model that I use on a day-to-day basis, doesn't actually have the Pro extended, but it's so phenomenal. I've used it in the past for like design, for design and for like database design, API design, like writing design documents, etc., etc. And so for that, it's unbelievable. It's so much more accurate, like 10 times more accurate than anything that Codex has ever produced for me. But the problem is that the overhead for me to use that is so significant because I need to then basically give it all of this context in order for it to understand what I want. And the thing is like I need to manually do that because there's no just simple way to do it through the CLI. So yeah, the answer is I want to use it more. And I really wish that it was available to me otherwise, but I do not. No, we don't actually use GPT real time at all. We use GPT 5.1. But in fact, I'm going to be completely honest with you. Real time 2, I didn't even know that there was such a thing. Is it just a better model or is there like a new? Yeah, no, I haven't used it. Okay, never mind. Could you copy just the is this a use case section in my clipboard now? Just that section alone. Just came out last week. I looked into the voicemail. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look. Generally speaking, real-time models are relative, like they're great as a standalone, like right out of the box, it works for a lot of cases. But according to my understanding, the because it's real time, there's minimal to no room for controlling the context and the prompting as the conversation progresses, like in between each turn. I could be wrong there, but that was my understanding of it. It's probably translation model sometimes. Yeah. Okay, now the yeah, and so it's just a relatively less control, I think, is ultimately what I've gathered from using real-time models. I could be wrong. Things might have changed. Um, and yeah, I will actually. I'll look into that. Okay, I'm gonna quickly. All quality score table. Hmm. Supporting metrics. Supporting evidence. Supporting evidence. Okay. Yeah. Um. So I'm gonna hop off stream again and sync with the intern. Yeah. All right. I will be right back. This one might be a bit longer. Like might be 30 minutes. Recently intern. All right. Yeah. Sorry about that. Warm ups. Hate to leave you hanging. I really do. But at the end of the day, this stream is all about just an unfiltered version of my workday. So yeah, I gotta hop off real quick here. I will be back in. I'm hoping less than 30. Oh, it's already 1 p.m. Oh, I also have to have lunch. Oh, this is hurting. I am very, very behind schedule for what I hope to accomplish by this point today. But nevertheless, moving on. If I don't see you when I get back, hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. And yeah, I guess hopefully see you later. But if not, that's okay too. Bye for now. Oh my gosh. So it is now 2:30 p.m. I have not made a single bit of movement on the things that I was hoping to accomplish today. Very behind schedule. I mean, that happens. It's not like I was unproductive, but oh, I still need to play a chess game. I still need to eat food. I haven't even eaten food today. It's 2:30. So, okay, I guess I'm gonna go quickly warm up some food, and then I gotta play a chess game and review that. And okay, so I've reviewed the call analysis pipeline requirements doc. Sick. So that's done. Beautiful. That's not gonna happen today. I almost guarantee that's a tomorrow problem now. We'll see. Actually, no, maybe that is it today. Maybe my plan for today is gonna be these two. Oh wow. Warm-ups live. You're still here. Congratulations. You made it like a full hour and a half of just silence. It was good. Super good. Yeah, we aligned on everything that I rambled on to you about before and got a lot more clarity on sort of how this requirement or how this system's gonna come to be. Basically, just to give you a general idea of like what's happening here is uh, interns developing a call analysis pipeline, and we just aligned on like what actually is going to be involved in that pipeline and what scores and things are going to go into it. And uh, resolution score is one of the most complex ones where we're basically just trying to decide, okay, like how many, like what actually goes into that and how, like what actually determines whether or not like a call achieved its outcome. And so yeah, anyways, we ultimately had a big discussion about that, and then also like what actually makes up the conversation flow, like and what fields are involved in that. So we had a long conversation about that. So was there a abrupt cutoff? Was there a repeated loop? Like did they ask the same question, etc.? Was there a situation where like the agent just sort of like reset and was like, oh, like like treated as like a new start of a conversation? Was there any awkward transitions? How did the agent handle a situation where a tool call failed? Was there a situation where the agent actually spoke something out loud that completely contradicted what the tool result was? And whether or not the latency was handled awkwardly or not. Anyways, that's what we came up with, or that's what the intern mostly came up with based on our existing calls. And yeah, oh, now I'm getting a call from my girlfriend. Hey, what's up? Can I make you a chicken strip? Sure. Wait, are you on your way home already? Oh, okay. I'll. You're officially blind again. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, okay. Well, hopefully, I mean, you'll be full vision soon again. Okay, I'll I'll see you soon. All right, love you. Bye. Oh wait, anyways, call went well. Oh, um, oh, yeah, I'm exhausted. Okay, I need to go heat up some food, and then I'm gonna come back to, I guess, play a chess game. Like, boy. All right, be right back. In like, I don't know. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'll just put it in the chat this time. I don't want to. It'll be 3 minutes. Just gotta get in the habit of being communicative. Oh, there's somebody else popped in the chat or popped in to view. Hello, whoever's lurking in the background there. I'll be back. Oi. Oh. For AGENTS.md documents, such as, for example, the email templates folder, if it was a short document to begin with, we didn't need to separate it out into separate guidance documents. It's just completely unnecessary. The only purpose, like I only told you to do that for the app folder, the client folder. Actually, I'm now realizing, did it just do that across the board? Probably did. Scripts. It did. Kind of defeats the purpose. Especially considering. Oh, I'm hesitant. Could you actually put in the .ai folder at the root, could you put the exact agents.md files before this commit existed in a folder and then just name them like client-agents.md, app-agents.md, and just put them in a folder called like old agents references or something like that in the .ai at the root? Just put all of them, all of the documents exactly how they used to be. So any single change that you made to an agents.md document, you're gonna just copy the old versions and put them straight into that folder. Oh, no, I'm not on Twitch. Warm-ups. I am only on YouTube because, as you can see, the nature of what I do on a day-to-day basis is it's quite code heavy, and I'm popping around a bunch of different screens. So Twitch doesn't support 4K, and I felt that 4K was honestly necessary for a lot of what I'm doing. So I just never bothered. It also requires streaming to 2 locations at once, which I can do. I can set it up, but it just complicates my workflow quite significantly, and just didn't feel it was more like valuable. And also, Twitch doesn't store VODs for more than 30 days or something like that, and I love that YouTube stores like the full 12-hour stream in 4K for reference forever. And so I don't even need to store them locally, and that's the beauty of it, is that if I ever, or when I actually zooming in and stuff. Oh, see what's going on easier. Yeah, that's fair. And I kind of figured that that's gonna be yeah, that's actually good feedback though. Maybe I should just like, I don't even know how to handle it really, because like I have so many monitors and so much stuff going on, and a big part of the stream, I don't know if you watched the intro, but it's just to like have a really like low overhead way to just kind of record what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis to potentially help a few folks here and there. which I definitely have. I've accomplished that, and I'm super thrilled that I've helped a few people. Um, it's just easy to multi-stream, combine chats, so it's worth the visibility. It's so it is. It's not as easy. What is it? Is it easy? Like I don't know. I've like I know that it's not hard, but you could make this screen only show your visible window. Even if I did, so in fact, because my screen right now, the one that you're seeing right now, is ultra wide, I actually am not even shrinking it at all. The reason I'm able to show the stuff at the top is because it's ultra wide. Um, and okay, that's good to know. Actually, I'll look into the OBS plugin. I just didn't even bother. And then this again, I'm not artificially shrinking at all. Combined chats using Bootrix. Oh, that's good to know. Hey Nat, how you doing? But anyways, yeah, warm ups. I'm not even artificially shrinking this at all. As you can see, you can kind of see my like things like sort of there, just because I thought it'd be kind of cool. And same here. I'm not artificially shrinking my screens whatsoever. This screen is not shrunk. It's just an ultra wide screen, so that the what is it? The ratio, there's the frame, the resolution. Oh my gosh, there's a word that I'm looking for. Scaling factor. Scaling factor maybe is it. I don't know. But anyways, yeah. I have a 40. I actually don't even know. Let's just check. Just why did I just? Oh, it's displays right here. So yeah, I got 40, and then three 27s, all 4K. Or the 40 is obviously 5K ish. Or I guess no, this you can see it right here. So these are my resolutions. So I got it's funny actually. There's more space, technically speaking, I think, on my 27s than there is even on my my ultra wide. And for that very reason, I've considered even buying another 27 just to have in the middle, just because technically speaking, 27s actually have more visible space. Um, because it's the going to the full 4K or going to the full 5K is just simply not usable. And this is all being powered by a MacBook Pro, and so I can't scale up as much. I'm not going to get into it. It's just point is that I've tried to maximize as much as I possibly can. Yo, Nat, I love the enthusiasm. Or yo, I don't know. Well, all right. Oh, 15:10. Here we go. Okay, one thing I learned yesterday is that I absolutely should not be looking at the chat or having any form of distraction during this chess game. Eating, kind of. Pitter patter. Oh. Sorry, Nat. Totally misread that. All right, focus. Unin system as per usual. Okay, very interesting setup. I mean, I don't know. Like, obviously, he wants his bishops to run free, but kind of tempted to just maybe push. I actually don't know how to play against this, to be honest. My problem with this move is like it really does marry my queen here. Otherwise, he's gonna double my pawns because I do want my bishop to come out, but whatever. Or maybe I can actually castle. I mean, this bishop is really annoying, but what kind of opening is this? Like, what the heck? This is absurd. What the? Okay. Which one? Do I want to double my pawns? I don't mind. I don't think. Although, it doesn't really. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll do it. This is a rather interesting opening for my opponent here. It's either something he. What the heck? I almost like maybe. Hmm. What do I want to do? Welcome, whoever's lurking in the viewers right now. Wow. Wow. This is this is so interesting. So, I mean, if I go here, like kind of what it kind of allows me to do this, right? If I do this, I guess he could castle. That would that would be a decision, a very interesting decision, but could. Do I rock back or do I go forward? That is the question of the day. Going forward is it's intriguing. It forces him to either castle into whatever this is, or move his rook, which completely forfeits castling entirely. Let's say he does move his rook. Here, for example. I guess he could push this, which forces this to an awkward spot. Not terrible, but it's not great. If he does that, well, actually, I also have this, which traps the rook, actually. So then I can come down here. I think I'm going to do this. It just looks too tempting. And My opponent is 1100, and I don't know. I feel like this is a very unprincipled opening. So he's either very good tactically, or maybe I'm missing something, and I'm just the idiot here. But like, he hasn't developed his knight. Okay, so I did plan this, right? If I go here, does he not lose the rook if I go here? What? Am I missing something? I think I'm gonna do it. He must lose the rook. I'm just thinking, like, if I trap the rook, do I end up losing both of my bishops? That's what I'm concerned about, but I don't think I do. Because this is just so wide open. I think I'm going to do it. It's a very, very interesting situation here. Well, what's nice about this, too, is that it also threatens the pawn. Not that, I mean, I'm obviously going to take the rook, but actually the pawn is kind of enticing. Then I can take this pawn after. Well, I guess you could push. No, he wouldn't do that, because I could take the pawn, and his rook is still trapped. Oh my gosh. Okay, so officially the rook is dead. Nothing else to it. All right. Well, GG on that. Cool. That's nice. Now, I've got two choices, either here or here. Here, he can't attack me. Can't bring his king here. He can push this pawn, then, but that, yeah, okay. Can't take this because of the queen. If I'm sitting here, what does it defend? So if he pushes this, in theory I could do this. Take here. And then my queen is chilling. Or I could just move this back to safety and not even allow this trade. Oh, this is hanging. If I... Okay. Alright. You know what? I'm up material. So I'm just going to be a nice passive chiller and call it a day. Came in, I took my rook, ate it, doubled it up, and now I'm just going to try to play solid chess, maximize trades. That was expected. Now, this is a lot more enticing because it forces him to take when we trade here. And then if he wants to push, he certainly can. But then I probably will go here. Then this is still under attack, and this is under attack. And my queen can definitely take this. Oh, but this is still... Oh, no! Oh, wow. Okay, damn. He totally got me. Because this is undefended. All right. Good on him. Good on him. All right. So do I have any like counterattack then? Because basically, the issue here is if I go here, he actually has this, and I have to move this. I could just ignore it, and then we end up equal. Positionally, I feel like I'm probably stronger. Ooh, this is an interesting move, but it loses, so that doesn't work. Robert, that's definitely questionable. I would say very far from. But yeah, I'm losing a pawn right now, so that's definitely not great. Just don't really know how I'm gonna come back from that. I am very tempted to just cancel, but no, I can't do that. Hmm. Uh, I really got to get back to work, unfortunately. Checkmate. Oh my god, what a phenomenal username you have. All right, well, I think GG to the pawn and to my castling rights. Ah, tragic. Very tragic. I hope he sees this. Wow. We got okay now V4MP and checkmate YouTube play. Come back in here and let me know the results. It's funny, like nah, I love your encouragement. Okay, nice. You did see it. So yeah, there goes casting rights. Unless I have some sort of tricky situation where I have like a crazy mating attack, but I don't see it. We go here, take. No, if I go here, it's take. And then, in theory, yeah, no. I love your enthusiasm and encouragement, Nat. You're definitely you're in the right headspace. You've yes, good stuff. Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably what I'll do. 0 GPA. That's funny. Okay, so this pawn's hanging, and this is very scary because it hangs the queen. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, I'll go here then. Checkmate. I'm in Vancouver, BC. What about yourself? Are you from Canada? Robert McRae, do I know you? I feel like I apologize if that's like an offensive question because I feel like I should. If I do, I should. Chicago. I actually just got back from Chicago a couple weeks ago. I really liked it. Okay. Could just ignore it. Oh no, I can't ignore it. Never mind. For some reason, I thought I could. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, okay, okay. That makes a lot of sense. How did I end up only? Oh, yeah, okay. Man, this is such a mess of a game. I guess this is gonna stay here all game, which is really, really, really tragic. Actually, no, I guess I can do this. Get this pawn out, but oh yeah, I guess I'll go here and then followed by this move. Still, not ideal. I mean, neither of our positions are ideal. This is a ridiculous game. Okay, so what now? I mean, does he want to push this pawn forward? I don't know. Maybe not. I can officially do this, actually, which is kind of nice because he can't take. But obviously this is hanging, so kind of should probably deal with that. I am really wanting this right about now, so that's what I'll do. Because as of right now, I don't see a problem with it. I am monitoring this pawn, which is fine so far. It does remove a defense. Okay, so I'm thinking this. If he blunders this, then he loses the queen. He probably won't. He'll probably do this, in which case I don't really have any follow-up, sadly. Actually, I can do this, and then oh, no, I can't. Hmm. He pushes. Okay. What about Ah, yikes. He's also got a lot of time on me. Is there anything I can gain from this? Okay, I guess. Oh, I can go here. Perfect. Oh, but that was actually only. Now this doesn't work. I mean, I guess I could do this or this. But he played the move I wanted him to. Perfect. Now, if he goes here, maybe there. I also have this pawn. Oh, he wants to trade queens. Well, that seems like a good decision. I'm up material. I have 2 rooks. He only has 1. It's trapped in the corner alongside. He only has 1 piece active right now that I can deal with by doing that and then try and attack this pawn. That seems like a good decision. I mean, what other choice do I have? I guess I could take this pawn. No, I can't because he takes this. So I kind of have to. All right. And then I go here. Actually, I don't know. Now if he goes there, okay. Now I have to go back here. Hmm. 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 Okay. Can I defend this? Potentially. And if he takes here, and I take here. It does prevent my plan, but it's the only way to save the bishop, I think. Even then, I'm not confident I actually save it long term. Because, of course, he can put more pressure on it with this knight. But it'll take him a bit. I'm up material, but I'm not convinced that positionally that I'm actually stronger. Oh, really? That's really checkmate. I did not know that. That's a really good rule to know. I totally thought that en passant's still possible, but I guess it makes sense. Oh wait, hold on. Oh no, he wasn't even deep enough to en passant, right? Oh no, he was. Really? Are you sure the rook prevents it? I mean, I know that the rook I could have taken here. What did you mean by Rook prevents it? Like he actually couldn't physically do it, or that he could have just done it and then lost a piece? Anyways, what is he after? This square? This square hits this, hits this. What if I just go here? Or here? Nice. I have this. I can actually force this trade, which would be nice. But let's. Oh my god. Oh, then he has this, and I lose a pawn. Oh, this is actually very bad. This is a very bad move. Yep, that's exactly why. Because now I'm completely fucked. Oh well. Welcome to 1000 in chess, folks. Now, I think he's actually going to walk away with the dub on this one. Capture his king. What? Yeah, well, that's game. My pawns are far, far millions times worse than his, and we now have completely equal material, and I can't bring my rook to one of the more valuable spaces in the entire game. Neither can he, which is nice, but yeah, that's bad. That's really bad. Hmm. This thing's just locked in too. I can't even. I guess I could go here, and then maybe what's what's that all about? Where is he gonna go with that? Is it because he wants to go like this way? Uh, is it? No, maybe. Oh, maybe it's to protect this. I guess that would make sense. Maybe. I don't know. Oh no. All right, I won't resign because I'll see if I can draw. But oh, I didn't even. Oh, maybe I should resign. Ugh. Ugh. That was that was just atrocious. Oh man, I got no excuses. The worst part about losing like this is like it really just comes down to the way that I'm playing because in both of the cases, like the split second that I moved my king here, I obviously noticed that he has that. And also the split second that I moved my king, I think it was here, I noticed that he had the fork. So it's yeah, it's a little bit embarrassing. Quite tragic. My only hope here is if he does something dumb like takes this. But other than that, he would have to blunder at least twice. All right. I think that's a wrap. Okay. And take a quick 5-minute break here, and then I'll be back. And then I really got to get to work because meetings just filled with meetings all morning long, and yeah, quite literally have not accomplished what I absolutely know I need to. Oh, such a sad evaluation board. Let's just say 15. Break. All right. Cool. I'll be right back, folks. Nat, sorry, I didn't see your message up until now. If you're still here by any slim chance, that was 3 minutes ago. Hope you have a good sleep, because yeah, that's wild. Good sleep, big time. Okay, looking at this graph, I think this is probably a game that I should actually properly review. So let's properly review it. PGN copy, and I need to go to, oh, I'm not even on the right profile. Go to chess, analysis board, and paste it in here, and here we go. Okay. I was white. So, I mean, first of all, I have no idea whether or not this was like a decent opening. He was playing very recklessly. I think generally everything was fine here. Here, I made a decision, and I still stand by it, because it traps the rook. I trapped the rook. I took. He took. Okay. Now here is when things arguably could have went downhill. So I went back. Here. This is where things went downhill, because I did not realize that this was pinned. I think the best move in this position actually was to let him trade here. Or sorry, no, not to let him trade. I mean, just to basically, I think the best move here was to actually castle. I'm gonna write these down as per usual. So, well, actually, you know what? I'm realizing that every single time I've written it down on paper, I haven't actually been writing it down as far as the stream can see. So I will write it down for the screen. Say notes. I'll do start a new tag called chess, and we will open up this new note, and I will put it right here. I will put this right there, and make this a bit smaller, and I will copy this, paste it there, and then can I close all of this? Yes, I can. And then we'll go back here, and okay. So, move 12 should have been OL. That I'm going to stand by, because then we're chill. Basically, I don't lose anything. I maintain my material advantage. No struggle at all. He can go here. I can go back. We're chilling. He has a lack of development, and he does have a lot of pawns coming to attack me. But if he tried to push, actually, I could also check, and then it forces his king to move. King could go here or there. That's the only positions he could go, and then I can actually check him again. Things are not looking good. So yeah, overall, I'm definitely should have castled. All right, that's totally fair. Okay, so going. Is there any other mistakes? Okay, here. I went here. With the idea of knowing that he's going to take, and I go like here. I couldn't have defended it here because take. Doesn't work. If, let's say, I castled, take, now we're actually technically even. Oh, wait, no, I couldn't have done that. Sorry, I forgot about the bishop. So that's not an option. Huh. All right, then I think I would have done this, to be honest. Because what ended up happening was he took, I mean, that bishop wasn't that bad, I guess. I thought even here I had something. Check. If he went here, I would have been... Oh no, I would have done this. Because that would lead him to either do this or lose his queen. But either way, he loses his queen. Or I guess he could do here. Yeah, he loses queen no matter what. So he couldn't have done that. It's a good thing he didn't. Okay. So he did this. Check. And then he did this. And I opted to trade queens. I took here. He takes. End of story. So that doesn't work. All right. This move, I think, was wrong. On move 21, or 22, pardon. Yeah, 22. 22. This was wrong because I didn't give my bishop enough time to escape. I was up 2 points. I could have sacrificed a pawn, undoubled these pawns, and then pushed, or no, pardon, opened up this. Or could have went here. All right, yeah. I think I'm going to do 22 was bishop to b6, I think it was. Or sorry, h6, my bad. Yeah, bishop to h6. Bishop to h6. This move was questionable, but it was the only way I thought to save a pawn. Or to save my bishop, in fact. Because say that I did some random move like here. I mean, I could trade be equal, but he takes the pawn. Unless I protect this, but that's already getting into very dicey waters. Oh, the pawn was pinned. That's what he was saying. That's what, who was it? Robert was saying, I think. Somebody was saying that the pawn was pinned. Said it in a little bit of an odd way, I think. Someone said, I don't know. I thought someone said like my rook could have oh, checkmate said would just capture the king. But really what he meant was the the pawn was pinned. Okay. Fair. Oh yeah, checkmate. Yeah. So the pawn was pinned. I was a bit confused when you said capture the king, but looking at it now, obviously, totally makes sense what you're saying. My bad. Anyways, so in this position, I went here because I thought it was the only way to protect this bishop, completely forgetting the fact I could have just backed up. Wow. That's tunnel vision for you right there. That's wild. I cannot believe I didn't see that. Like, this is a completely winning position, right? Oh, it's not. It's actually equal because of how positionally terrible I am. But I am still up material. I guess it's just really hard for me to get out of this spot because I have to actually bring my king here in order to get this out. Otherwise, I can't come in. I can't do this. But still, definitely much better than the alternative, probably. Let's see. Let's go back here. I played this move. Yeah, see, -2. Whereas if I had played this move, oh, still not actually the best move. Interesting. What? Okay. Oh, the best move was just to sacrifice the rook. Wow. I mean, I knew that this was an unfortunate situation. I didn't know it was that unfortunate. Okay, well that's something. Or to just move the king, or to sacrifice the pawn. Okay, well at least this one's better than the like all of these moves are better than my en passant or no, my pawn push here, so but yeah, it was still bad. Okay, I think I'm gonna take the two learnings away here at move 12. Should have moved. I think that was my downfall. I think move 12, if I had to guess, was the downfall of every single thing after. And move 22, I could have saved by going bishop to h6. Hmm. Wait. Wait, no, it wasn't move 12, clearly. Wait. Wait. What? Hold on. So where's move 12? Oh, yeah, okay, so this, yeah, this move was the best move. Oh, the best move was this. Oh, because it just prevents this entirely, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay, that's fair. Um, the bishop move was considered good. I hope this is at least excellent. Wow, this is even worse than the bishop move. Why? Hmm. Um, Followed by this, I guess. Huh. Okay. So it just came down to positionally then. Positionally, this was actually slightly better, even considering the fact that I lose the knight. This isn't even the best move in that position. What? Is it to try and block the bishop in as well? Oh my. I'm still up though. Interesting. Okay, so this is a mistake. Oh yeah. Sorry, that was. I did discuss that one. I didn't actually write it down, but I did say that that was a. Oh no, I didn't. Oh yeah. I did think that that was a better move, but I decided that it was earlier that I should have castled. But it turned out this was the best move. Okay, noted. Wow, I had a 4.1 advantage here. I had a 4.1 advantage. Oh, oh my my gosh. Check this out. Oh my gosh, that's not even it. That's not even the combo. So what is the combo? Still, okay, so that queen sacrifice was correct, but then this was incorrect. Oh no, this is correct. Wait, so it's just taking here. Is it because... Oh, yeah. You have to first draw it away, and then this is free to capture this. Or no, it's free to just get out of there. Okay, nice. How do you follow this? Let's say that he does this. Oh, you wouldn't do that. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Let's say that he comes back over here. Yeah, okay, nice. All right. I think that's about it then. I'll treat that as a horrific loss and move on with my day. Okay. First thing on the list is finish the docs. Actually, you know what? It is 3:30. I think I should be able to actually do most of these things. All right, I'm gonna pull this into the big screen and see how much I actually agree with. I'm gonna fast forward to it. No, not merge. I really did not want to do that. Now I can't undo it. Are you kidding me? Uh, let's. How about let's reset dev art discard and then fast forward. All right, let's first take a look at what we've got here. Every single document that you actually produced, is there a reference to each of those documents somewhere or to the root folder in which the documents are contained? For example, agent first documentation.md that's at the root AI.ai/guidance. Is that reference somewhere? If so, where is it referenced? Yeah. That was just one question, though. I want you to just validate across all of the guidance docs. Make sure that the guidance docs are, in fact, still referenced somewhere. Let's check. Oh, so for context, for those watching, I spent a little bit of time yesterday after I read an article, just making my, like, this is something that was on my mind for a while, but just making my AGENTS.md documents shorter, and then actually having a actually just having sort of a map to the guidance accordingly. And anyways, yeah, so I just spent some time like refactoring the AGENTS.md documents to follow that approach. And now I just need to go through all of the changes that were made and make sure that everything makes sense. Skills check, skills sync. Is this actually accurate? Okay. Hmm. Is the does the doc alignment skill as well as like any of the steps in the task planning require also updating agents.md documents to ensure that all relevant references to new documents are added accordingly, or just any like I just want to make sure that the docs alignment it also includes it pretty much should just include any markdown document, honestly, for that matter. Well, of course, excluding anything that's like in rollout or in tasks, 'cause obviously those are more so geared towards historical things. But anything that should be made up to date, that's what should be covered in there. The image in reference slash raw slash images, it's actually the EXP Realty logo. So could you just rename that image file? You move the tasks folder and the rollout folder back to the .ai folder, and then remove any special case reference, like special case mentions of those folders in all relevant locations. So, I think that there's a few exceptions mentioned where, uh, those should be excluded in the in the updates, which obviously they should, but it doesn't necessarily need to be coupled with that anymore. So yeah, move them back to the root.ai and just move them out of docs. So docs will be moving towards something that is fully like mm, actually never mind. Could you refactor the Could you refactor the guidance folders to improve the naming of each file to be potentially longer and more descriptive and not have a nested file structure? So guidance should actually be completely flat and then update obviously any references that are relevant accordingly across every single document, and maybe spawn some sub just to validate that you don't leave any references behind that are incorrect after your renaming and removal of the hierarchy underneath the guidance folder. Just to be clear, I'm not forcing you to rename every single guidance file if you feel it's like already descriptive enough. Um, so yeah, you can keep the name if you think it's already fine. I'm just meaning like if there's any ambiguity that's introduced by the removal of the hierarchy, in that case is when we should be renaming the file for sure. So like for example, actually, never mind. Yeah, just use your best judgment on that. Hmm. I'm reluctant to believe that this guidance map is actually a good change. I think I'm gonna regret this. I mean, we'll try it. But I'm not sure how I feel about it. I just feel like feel like it's an overly referenced. Like some of them, maybe I do. Maybe I do agree with it. I don't know. Hmm. As a description underneath all of the sort of a neat idea. What if the source of truth of this was actually just baked into the guidance itself, and the guidance map section was actually just automatically generated? That almost seems like you have YAML from matter that defines the description at the top and a title, for example, or no, not even. Hmm. This is just completely unnecessary. Oh, sorry, I missed your message. Oh, checkmate. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Yeah, I'll see you around for sure. Thanks for chiming in. Write me a simple like description that basically just says that these rules must be followed according to the agents.md instruction precedents, et cetera, et cetera. Just kind of write something like generic that just basically says like these are the rules that govern uh, this entire folder and everything below it. Or yeah, You create a new script called AGENTS.md footer.js and run it in the appropriate location, just the exact same way that the AGENTS.md header is applied. We're also going to write a script that's like literally identical idea to the AGENTS.md footer, or sorry, header, but instead generate a footer. The footer, the top of the footer, is always going to look exactly like I have below. And then the contents of the footer is actually going to be automatically generated by a combination of two things. One, walking the AI guidance folder directly, and that's how we're going to automatically generate the file paths. And then two, the descriptions of each file is going to be defined in that file itself using YAML front matter. So it's going to be just front matter that quite literally just defines the description and maybe topics, or I don't know, like whatever you think is going to be helpful for AI to navigate the code base and all that jazz. But it generally, I mean, at a minimum, it has to involve a description because the description is going to be what's used in addition to the file path itself with the automatic generation. Where the description of each file path is going to be actually automatically pulled from the YAML front matter that's defined within that very markdown document itself. Oh, hey, Warm-Ups Live. Welcome back. I thought didn't you have to go earlier? I thought you were going to sleep or something. Or did you just never leave? Did you end up winning? Did you play a chess game after sub that? Oh, you chimed out for a bit there. I see. Uh, anyways, yeah, welcome back. Wait, what was I calling you if I wasn't calling you warm-ups? Was I just calling you warm-ups live? Yeah, okay, sounds good. I'll call you warm-ups. Will do, will do. Apologize if I was saying something else. All right. Hmm. Gotta do a few things off screen here that involves some customer stuff.
Hi, this is your AI assistant from Emily AI.
Wow. All right, I now realize. Wait, what the heck? Oh, I just realized that there's just a bunch of big blank screen for a bit there. But now, let's see. Okay, yeah. Hmm. I think I'm gonna need another window that is private. And realistically, I'm also going to need to mute myself for a sec. All right, I'm back. Oh. What's this all about? Oh, that was my manual edits. I see. Need to reset back to this commit, hard discard. And then I'll fast forward. What? Not sure what this is all about. Oh, could you also include like skills as well? Oh, never mind. Make sure that after everything is done, we should only end up having one single commit on that work tree that you're working on. Oh, I think I don't know. Started working at like 7 this morning. I guess my how tired I am is slightly justifiable. Any changes since? Oh, that brain removal video was interesting. I'm gonna check that out sometime. Huh. Wow, you actually watched that warm-ups. That's that's very informative, actually. Um, any changes since then? Let me think. Let me think. I want to say nothing significant. I don't believe because I've been focusing a lot of my effort on Emily and I've been putting a lot of the brain related work that I've wanted to do in addition to the YouTube videos that I said a million times that I was going to produce in some of my earlier streams and never did. I've been putting some of those on lower priority. Actually, you can see it's somewhere below here. It's literally like quality improvements, make open plot a cloud video. Like they're really marked as low priority. Anywho, so I don't think I made many updates, and in fact, but I definitely have. Well, let's just take a look since it was made public. Oh, actually, I guess I did make a proactive reach out functionality where basically there's now. Actually, I'm gonna need to look at that video quickly. I can't remember the state, but I feel like the only thing I can think that is meaningfully different is potentially I made this proactive reach out functionality where Emily, or sorry, Marvin, Marvin is the bot. Marvin will actually proactively reach out to one of my group chats every like within a random amount of days if there's been no activity in that group chat, and just to like spark up conversation about something random. And so that's something. Oh wow, 123 views. That's 123 more people than I thought would actually watch a 27-minute video on me just rambling. You know, it's stuff like that that actually it motivates me to maybe spend a little bit more time on this stuff. Yeah, I think that's probably about it. I haven't made a push to the brain, like the brain public repo in a while, and so I'm that's long overdue. And then I also need to adjust. I need to also include I need to also include a lot of the skill changes that I have made recently as well, because it includes the Emily. If you look into the brain repo itself, it includes a lot of my Emily skills. Actually, it might even include all of my Emily skills. It's oh, for some reason. Oh, Emily repo resources. Here we go. Yeah. So I've updated a lot of these skills recently, so I'm gonna need to go through. Set up some sort of workflow to help you with some shorts on the channel. Low effort, but pretty. Yeah. In fact, I actually already do have that as part of my a part of my like actual video processing pipeline. So can you see my screen? Yes, you can. So if we pop into the vault and we go to stream videos and I go into literally any of these, you will see outputs. Part of the outputs is clip suggestions, and then it will literally output the clips itself. And I just never actually took the extra step to add or to review these clips to see what the quality is actually like and then have it like automatically upload to YouTube. Because admittedly, like I think that AI's judgment of clips is a little bit spotty. And I don't want to produce a bunch of garbage at the same time because like some things like they're just not meant to be out of context. But yeah, you know what? It is a pretty high ROI, and my friends have been bugging me to do this for a while. Maybe I should spend half a day thinking about it. Shorts. I don't know about shorts. You just can just mark key moments and keybind while you stream. When you watch later, you can probably automate almost entirely with Remotion. 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 Make videos programmatically. In fact, well, actually, I don't know what this is, but oh, I already know. I don't even think I need this. Borderline. Embedded interface around it. Maybe I do actually. I don't know. I feel like I have a lot of it just based on like that 2 second reading I did. I feel like I have a lot of this functionality already done. Wait, hold on. Docs. Adding audio, adding video, parameterize videos. Captions, that's cool. Studio. Hmm. This is pretty cool. YouTube Shorts using React. Huh. With Remotion, generate graphics and full videos direct from text prompts. It's funny, this is like, how'd you learn about, are you a streamer yourself? Oh, I should probably hit that subscribe button. I feel like you've already provided me a lot of like useful tips even today. Oh, and you yourself stream on Twitch. Oh, warm-ups. What a clean username. I love that. What's your primary game that you play here? I'm unfamiliar with it. Last row? Yeah, but I haven't streamed in a while. Oh, I see, I see. Some sort of stuff I can do is pretty sick. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I do kind of already have like this editing pipeline, but maybe Remotion is the next step I need. Set up some sort of workflow. Yeah, 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 yeah. Um, it's Thursday. I can reasonably see myself having. Whoa, what? Hold on. I think, you know what? I'll do it. I will listen to you. Assign it critical priority, uh, due Saturday to assign it to my personal project, tag it with personal, and make the title something along the lines of finalize a mostly automatic video processing pipeline and upload pipeline or something along those lines. And then for the description, it's really just about getting myself closer or completely finished where after my stream is processed every single night, which is already being done, it automatically uploads YouTube shorts and or videos directly to YouTube that directly come from the stream, potentially using Remotion to support that workflow if applicable. Well, thanks, warm-ups. You've oh, RuneScape, wow. You've officially forced a new task on the board. Appreciate that. Could you I'm curious, did you understand my call graph completely before producing those main objectives? Because it does seem a little bit odd that you're having like a greeting step, making them feel welcome in the first moment without first, or sorry, you know what, never mind. Could you copy your proposed final recommendation to my clipboard? Yeah, you know what, warm-ups? So am I. So am I. Just to be clear, that prompt, you did fully understand the way that my graph is implemented before finalizing that prompt, correct? All right. I think this, could you make follow up with Sean, new objectives prompt, critical priority due tomorrow, and make the plan and make Emily outbound calls critical priority and due tomorrow as well. Well, it's a Friday. Actually, okay, no, never mind. For the plan and make Emily outbound calls to EXPCon leads, uh, split that into two tasks. The Make the first task just plan Emily outbound calls to EXPCon leads. Make that critical due tomorrow, and then the and then make three tasks for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week for make 30 Emily outbound calls to EXPCon leads each day of next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all assigned to me, all critical priority, due on each of the days And yeah, of course, make sure that you're including the relevant tags and cycle and you know project and all that jazz. Rephrase the plan Emily outbound calls to EXPCon leads. Just say finalize outbound campaign to EXPCon leads or something like that. Take a look at what's going on here. Wait, my energy is certainly Gemini. What's the nearest we Gemini? um, that's a good question. Warm up. It's there. It's there purely for the one day that I used Gemini before throwing it out the window and completely uninstalling it. So it's really just like a forwards compatibility thing. Like if Gemini somehow develops leaps and bounds of improvements and we start using it, then great, it's already there. But even then, I think Gemini might automatically detect agents.md now, so it's pretty kind of useless anyways. So yeah, it's I now that I think about it, maybe it's just completely unnecessary. Um, VTT. VTT. I'm gonna fully admit my ignorance here. Oh, voice to text. Oh, that reminds me. Actually, somebody commented on one of my videos the other day. Um, Asking quite literally that question. And the question is now voice to, yeah. You're talking, or sorry, you're talking about like this, right? Like this thing here, I would imagine. I will, wait, long story short of it is uh is wow, what is this thing called? I'm blanking. I'm extremely exhausted right now. Raycast. But I will do you one better and I'll actually show you in this video itself. I'm fairly certain that I actually specify exactly how to set it up. Yep, here we go. Fantastic. And honestly, boom. Go to that exact time, 6:33. Watch, or I mean, Raycast. Actually, no, I guess, never mind. 12:30. You can see on my screen here. See that? Um, anyways, I was gonna go to notifications, but yeah, it's definitely. Oops, history. Where on earth would you find it? Customized. You said communities. I'm getting a call right now. Hello? Nope. Hmm. You say communities as if I know what the heck that is. As you can tell, I'm not a YouTuber. Communities? Like what? Liked videos. I mean, I was just thinking maybe I go into videos or live. Won't it show me like the okay, let's go into manage videos. It wouldn't show me the comment count on the actual live videos itself. Community, YouTube studios, and then community. Ah, I see, I see. Thank you. Thank you very much. You are a lifesaver. And now I can actually go ahead. All right, fantastic. And honestly, a lot of people and send. We that. Are live. Ah. But we are actually. Oh, there's too much going on. Whisper dictation is wait, 6:33. I feel like that's now. Why is that the same? It's fantastic. And honestly, oh shoot, 6:33 wasn't actually the correct timestamp. Whoops. How can I just get it so that is oh, what can I do? What can I do? I want to basically go to this timestamp right here, but it's not 6:33. What does 6:33 bring me to? Fantastic. And honestly, a lot of... Oh, it does bring me close, but no cigar really. We gotta pump over to, I'm just gonna take a wild guess and say 700. So for still no dice. 760. Man. All right. I will say that's pretty good. I'll say 745 and call it a day. Um, okay. Now that I can see all these. Oh, I should have a official. I don't understand this prompt or this one at all. Bro doesn't even know the name he carries. So without a reference to exactly what that's referring to, maybe it's because an admitted London system clean session. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the heck that is. All right, that's fine. Thank you, warm ups, for all your help today. Really appreciate that. All right, I got distracted. Um, yeah, I think so. Tragically, not that I like. I mean, my real name is Kyle Rich. And tragically enough, I guess I am also a hip hop artist. But I'm gonna go ahead and say that Kyle X Rich is cooler than Kyle Rich with two H's and an underscore. So I wonder if his music's any good. All right, I'll say vibes are okay so far.
Everything. This is a sequence. We too grown to be living in sequence. Don't tell the truth only at your convenience.
Well, not my style of music, I'll say that, but each their own. Okay. What the heck was I doing? Oh yeah, I was reviewing this code. Okay, let's get back to that. Uh, oh yeah, okay. I was gonna. Oh yes, I was looking into the scripts here. Right, orphan. Okay, you know what? I think this is good enough. Good enough. Only two conflicts, which are not even really conflicts. So I'll just take these. What is even the difference? Oh, this. Hilarious. Oh shit. Whatever. Alright. Here goes nothing. Oh. I'd encourage you to pop into potentially, I don't know, some of the other streams. I feel like today is not necessarily very representative of my workflow in its entirety. Hmm. All right. I will go ahead and mark that as done. This is gonna be it. Yeah, I'll check more out. In a few. Oh, nice. If you, well, I'll definitely remember you this time because I can't recall previous times, but our conversation today has definitely been extensive enough for me to remember. Plan slash make. Wait, why is this not being updated? Oh, I see. Is there a rule in the create linear issues skill that enforces you to look for existing skills before creating a new one to ensure that you're not creating a duplicate or you're yeah, like, and obviously if you want to go create a duplicate you would just add any additional context necessary or maybe edit the existing one rather than creating a new one. I could have sworn that was part of the skill. I mean, I guess I could just look. If it's not already a part of the skill, then oh, this is just for creating linear issues. And I have a feeling like yeah, I feel like what I accidentally did at some point is I deleted the one that was a little bit more flexible, and now I'm in a position where agents. Where am I trying to look here? Skills within your shoe. Uh, yeah, yeah. Whoops. Step two. Aha. Which one are you editing? That's a question. Okay, I'm editing this one. You gonna add both? Interesting. Okay, that's fine. Duplicate three though. There we go. Slowly but surely. Come on, you're getting there. You're getting there. Come on. There we go. All right. Yeah, that's fine. I already fixed that. Could you accordingly dedupe the follow up a Sean one and the finalized campaign EXPCon companies? Why did you say EXPCon companies? I definitely said the word leads. I did not say the word companies. Anyways, doesn't really matter. You'll if you look at the existing issues that you should have edited, you'll see that there was two issues already that were due today, and those are the ones that I wanted to be high priority and due tomorrow. Um, but yeah, still use like the word finalize outbound campaign to EXPCon leads. Uh, and the follow up with Sean's definitely not GTM. Make it a chore. I mean, you can make it a chore and GTM. But then yeah, keep all of the other ones that you added for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That was a very vague prompt. I hope that that's fine. Honestly, I think after that, I might sign off for the day. I'm quite exhausted. Got a decent sleep last night, but yeah, I don't know. Not feeling particularly productive at the moment. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Warm-ups, that makes sense. All right. So tomorrow. Could you find the linear issue for find the linear issue for the text summaries, pull that into the current cycle, mark it as high priority and assign it to me tomorrow. And then also assign or bring the auto tag all campaign contacts and yeah, pull that one, make that one actually a high priority and assign it to me tomorrow. And add fub smart list as the campaign contact source. Assign that one to me tomorrow as well. But instead of the fub smart list, actually, I want it to be redone as fub tags as a campaign contact source. The same general, everything else mentioned in there is exactly the same. It's just the only difference is now we're going to be pulling it from tags instead of smart list. Yeah, yeah. Mhm. In fact, could you actually put those both underneath a as a subtask underneath like kind of a root parent task that basically just sets up tag syncing bidirectional with follow-up boss, but also putting it as a first class field directly on the contacts in our database itself, such that it will allow us to expand this sort of feature and idea to other CRMs as well in the future easily. And then the fub tags campaign contact source and the auto tag campaign contacts thing, those are sort of just natural progressions that can happen as soon as we sync those tags with follow-up boss. Because once we have a tagging system on our contacts, follow-up boss can be yeah, that'll those two will kind of naturally follow from that. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Solid. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it quits. I'm calling it quits. What the? Oh, they got marked as duplicates properly. Wow, well done. Dude, that's actually quite nice. All right, I'm gonna play a quick 15-10 to close off the evening, but yeah, that's the end of today for sure. No, not 15-10, pardon. 5-5. Oh, all right, Karokon as per usual. Karokon with wow. Okay. Very quick moves. Wow. We're playing like it's bullet. I like it. This is exciting. just drilling. This is gonna come here, which doesn't matter. I can just go here. Oh wow, does this first? Okay. I think. Oh. I guess I can just take trade. I'll do this, hoping that he does this. Oh, it's such a knee-jerk reaction move that it's so many people do it, but it makes no sense when my queen's not here. Funny, yeah, but now I can just trade here, and I'm a happy person now. I just, yeah, I'm good. I guess they can do this, but I can just push. But then they can go here, so I cannot just push, actually. Okay, wait. Oh, no, no. I got this protected, so we're good. Yep, that's safe. Queen comes, I push. Queen comes, there we go. Oh, I'm so safe. So safe. This comes out here, doesn't really do much. I can probably double up here, maybe. He's got 2 knights, I got knight and a bishop. Not too bad. Wow, okay, this is exactly what I anticipated. This protects here now, which is a little bit unfortunate. I can also just take this. Oh, can I not? Takes. I can't protect this. Wow, nice. Well done. That was actually that's a pretty creative move, actually. I could do this, which then allows me to take. It's scary, but it's possible. Because once I do this, then I can take, followed by this. The worst case scenario is I just scoot out of there. So, yeah, I'll try that. That Sales. That's quite a name. Oh. Oh, nice. He realized. How do I progress in this game? I guess I could do this now. But do I want that now? Yeah, I guess so. I don't see why not. This square is not that important to me right now. So, yeah, okay. If he takes, I will take back the knight, assuming he takes here, and then take here, hitting the queen. And then I'll follow up with getting my... Getting my rook there. Oh, I'm exhausted. Oh. Okay. I hit the pawn. What does this do right now? Nothing crazy. I mean, I guess this square. can also go here, potentially. If he comes here, I still have this protected. He doesn't have anything too crazy, I don't think. I'm tempted. I can also check here. Forces him to take. If he comes here, check, take. Take this, check. Can't go here anymore. I got 2 minutes. Hmm. Hmm. Oh boy. What did I get myself into? I don't see it. This doesn't work because I can go this way. I'm still protecting this. Um, maybe I'm missing something here, or maybe I'm not. I feel like that was a blunder. Yeah, he doesn't have mate because I'm protecting this. Whoa. Can't do that anymore. Hmm. What? Oh, wow. That's intricate. he also has this. Oh no, he doesn't. Yeah, I think I blundered. Oh no, I didn't. No, I'm okay. This is pinned. I mean, I lost this. I lost this big time. Hey, well, that is an atrocious ending to day 40. Let's look at that graph. It's going to be up, 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 all the way until, yeah, or down, 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 all the way up until, yeah, the final raw, as expected. Anyways, all right, that's day 40. Warm-ups, if you're still there. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Bye for now. And, yeah, guess that's a wrap. Love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow.